keep us company. Over to you, Dad.
All right, my turn. Hi there, Jolly Senior here. Always good to have company. Every great trip has a rhythm to it. The rush of getting ready, the excitement of setting off, and then this part, the steady, quiet beat that keeps everything moving. If this journey had a soundtrack, this would be the smooth instrumental track in the middle. The part where the music just flows, no big crescendos, no dramatic drops, just effortless motion. It reminds me of something a musician once said. It's not the notes that make the music, it's the space between them. And travel is kind of the same way. These in-between moments aren't just filler, they're what make the whole thing work. So whether you're staring out the window lost in thought or just letting time pass, this is your song right now. No lyrics needed, just the hum of the journey playing exactly as it should. Picture this. A dramatic narrator's voice kicks in, the screen fades to black, and suddenly you're watching a nature documentary about this very moment. Here, in the vast and often overlooked stretches of travel, we find a rare and fascinating sight: the traveler in their natural habitat. No landmarks to distract them, no urgent decisions to make, just pure, unfiltered movement. Cut to a slow-motion shot of you staring out the window, looking contemplative, maybe even heroic. The background music swells. The narrator continues. Though seemingly uneventful, these moments are crucial. Scientists believe that without these quiet stretches, journeys would be far less enjoyable. All right, maybe that documentary won't be winning any awards, but you have to admit, there's something strangely satisfying about a moment like this. No schedule to keep, no distractions, just the simple rhythm of steady movement. And if you really want to embrace it, go ahead, pretend you're in a documentary. Just try to look philosophical for the imaginary camera. All right, that's all from me for now. Junior, it's back to you.
Thank you, Dad. Let me paint you a picture of Faya Largeau. It's the beating heart of northern Chad, nestled deep in the Sahara. What's remarkable here isn't just the oasis itself, though, in a landscape where sand stretches endlessly, that's no minor detail. Faya Largeau is Chad's northernmost major city, home to around 11,000 souls, and was once the capital of the sprawling Borkou Enedi Tibesti region. The Baudelaire Depression, just to the south, is a geographical wonder. It's famed for immense dust storms, kicking up sand about 100 days a year. So if you ever see a hazy glow on the horizon, that's the Sahara's weather system at work. Historically, the city's name was changed to Largeau in 1913 by the French colonial officer Étienne Largeau, but in the 1970s, locals reclaimed Faya as their own. Markets in Faya Largeau relay the rhythms of oasis agriculture, date palms sprouting where you'd least expect them. These dates became the focus of development efforts in the 1970s, aiming to boost local trade and self-sufficiency. Commerce still pivots around the oasis. Camels may be outnumbered by Toyotas nowadays, but the tradition of desert merchants persists. The weather, no surprise, is intense. searingly hot and dry for most of the year. Faya-Largeau's airport is a lifeline more than a luxury, linking a city otherwise hemmed in by sand and time. For a splash of local flavor, listen for stories hinting at childhood games in the oasis shadows, or the legacy of colonial explorers searching for fortune among the dunes. If your route allows, the otherworldly landscapes around the city, ancient desert, vivid night skies, and remnants of past civilizations, offer a glimpse into a chapter of Africa few travelers ever see. Nothing popping up on my end, which means it's the perfect time for Jolly Senior to step in and keep us company. Over to you, Dad.
All right, my turn. Hi there, Jolly Senior here. Always good to have company. Ah, now this is one of those stretches of the world that just lets you pass through. No distractions, no detours, just steady movement from one place to the next. If there were a hall of fame for locations that keep travel running smoothly, this one would definitely make the list. Not every part of a journey comes with a big introduction. Some places exist purely to connect everything else together, whether it's miles of open water, endless sky, or a quiet stretch of land with no signs in sight. These are the unsung heroes of travel, the spaces that don't make the headlines but make everything possible. I always think about the first travelers who crossed vast distances by sea, land, or air, navigating through places just like this, trusting that as long as they kept moving, they'd reach exactly where they needed to go. No road signs, no mile markers, just the steady rhythm of progress. That's exactly what's happening here. So here's to the places that don't ask for attention, but keep the world moving. Nothing to do now but sit back, take it in, and let the journey keep unfolding. All right, that's all from me for now. Junior, it's back to you.
Thank you, Dad. Soheinka sits within the orbit of Fada, a town that was once a regional hub in northern Chad but has been shrinking over the decades. Here on the edge of the Saharan sands, what really stands out is the dramatic landscape. Imagine ancient rock formations jutting from the arid earth and caves etched with rock carvings whose origins date back thousands of years. These carvings are remnants of an era when the Sahara was surprisingly verdant and teeming with megafauna. A stretch to picture today, with the ochre plains shimmering under relentless sun. The local economy is shaped by its surroundings. Subsistence herding and small-scale agriculture struggle against the harsh desert climate. Water is precious. Rainfall is sporadic, mostly confined to a short, dramatic season, while the rest of the year brings unyielding dryness, fierce harmattan winds, and at times thick dust. Local life is tailored to these extremes. Homes are low to the ground, often built of mud, to buffer against both heat and wind. If you venture around Fada and its satellite settlements, the Ennedi Plateau is a highlight, its limestone steps carved by millennia of erosion, sheltering caves, arches, and natural stone towers. Nearby sits the lakes of Aunyanga, otherworldly pockets of blue and green in an otherwise unforgiving landscape, recognized as a World Heritage Site for their unique ecological history. One local quirk: in the cooler evenings, families gather for bowls of millet porridge, often flavored with goat's milk and wild desert herbs. There's also a long-standing custom where, during the sandstorm season, children shape the fine dunes into intricate patterns, a kind of ephemeral sand art, swiftly reclaimed by the next gust of wind. Passing by Ennedi West, you're skirting one of the Sahara's most visually gripping regions. The landscape is truly out of this world. Think vast amber sand seas broken by dramatic sandstone plateaus and labyrinthine canyons. Ennedi West, with its capital at Fada, is shaped by millions of years of weathering, helping to form the famous Ennedi Massif nearby, a UNESCO-listed natural wonder known for its rock arches, spires, and shimmering desert oases. In the villages and settlements dotted around these arid lands, the local economy is still very much nomadic, with communities tending herds of camels and goats, a tradition woven deep into the fabric of life here. Modern amenities are scarce, and water is precious, with wadis sometimes coming to life after rare rains, but mostly echoing the Sahara's relentless dryness. The climate is about as dry as it gets, with barely a sprinkle of rain some years, less than 8 inches annually, if that. Summer heat is intense, while winter nights can surprise you with a chill, thanks to the desert's extremes. Travelers seeking history are drawn to the extraordinary rock art on the Ennedi Plateau, ancient paintings and carvings that date back thousands of years, depicting now vanished rivers and wildlife from when this was a greener land. Local lore even tells of hidden springs that can sustain a traveler lost in the canyons, a lifeline in an environment that's both harsh and hauntingly beautiful. If you ever have the chance to visit, simple foods like millet, dates, and tea are staples, prepared with remarkable ingenuity given the limited resources. And don't be surprised if you hear tales of camel races, an enduring pastime in these remote Saharan outposts. The evening air near Kedahel in Fada carries a gentle warmth. Right now it's a clear 23 degrees Celsius with a dry breeze rustling over the rocks and acacias. Nothing beats the golden desert light of the Ennedi West region, especially as it melts into cooler hours, promising a star-studded night. Fada itself is perched on the Ennedi Plateau, making it an outpost of life surrounded by sand and spectacular geology. What truly sets this area apart are its ancient rock formations and sprawling caves, many adorned with rock carvings and prehistoric paintings. These relics, some dating back as far as 10,000 BC, hint at wetter times and the ingenuity of early Saharan inhabitants. The local gueltas, oases tucked between rocky cliffs, are famous for hosting Nile crocodiles, a surprising sight for such an arid stretch, and the Guelta d'Arque is especially renowned among naturalists and adventure seekers. Modern Fada has about 25,000 residents, and while it's remote, it remains a lifeline for trade caravans and travelers braving the Sahara. Donkeys and camels are a regular part of daily life, and the economy is grounded in small-scale trade, nomadic livestock herding, and seasonal markets. The sparse rainfall, sometimes months without a drop, has shaped resilient traditions centered around water conservation, with clever stone cisterns tucked into village corners. For food, expect millet-based dishes, dried dates, and fresh goat cheese when the herds return. Tea is a staple, brewed strong and shared with hospitality that's as enduring as the desert landscape. A quirky childhood custom you might encounter. Locals teach their kids to spot constellations early, since clear skies are a nightly treat here. If you come through, don't miss Cordoba, a village southeast of Fada, known as the birthplace of a former president, which adds a brushstroke of contemporary history to the region's ancient canvas. Well, this is a quiet stretch, no landmarks or names to share. But don't worry, Jolly Senior's got just the thing for times like these. Go ahead, Dad.
All right, I got it. Hi there, Jolly Senior here. Glad to keep you company. We're passing through one of those spaces that doesn't ask for attention. It simply keeps everything in motion. Whether we're over the ocean, open landscapes, or high above the world, these stretches are what make travel feel effortless. Think about people like Charles Lindbergh crossing the Atlantic in a single flight, or the first railroads carving paths across continents. All of them relied on these quiet, steady stretches that don't make headlines but make everything possible. Not every part of a trip is about where you're going. Sometimes it's just about the experience of being in motion. The hum of the engine, the rhythm of the road, the feeling of time passing just right. So, wherever you're headed, this moment is part of the journey, smooth, steady, and exactly as it should be. Just sit back, take it in, and enjoy the ride. You know, some people spend their whole lives trying to visit places that are hard to get to. Remote islands, hidden landscapes, places so untouched they feel almost secret. Well, congratulations. You're passing through one of the most exclusive places on Earth. So exclusive, even most maps don't have much to say about it. Not every location needs tourist brochures or guided tours to be important. Some places simply do their job, keeping the world connected without asking for attention. Whether it's miles of open water, endless sky, or vast stretches of land, these are the spaces that make travel possible. It reminds me of the early explorers sailing, flying, or trekking across places they didn't fully understand yet, but knowing that every part of the journey mattered. Even the quietest places have played a role in history, whether or not their names are famous. And just like that, you're already moving past it. There will be more stretches like this ahead, each one doing its part just like this one did. For now, sit back and enjoy the ride, because every part of the journey counts. You know, every great journey has a moment like this, a stretch, where nothing seems to demand attention, yet everything is quietly working behind the scenes. It reminds me of one of history's most incredible voyages, when Ferdinand Magellan's fleet unknowingly sailed through what would later be named the Strait of Magellan. At the time, they didn't know for sure if they were on the right course. They moved forward, surrounded by open space, no landmarks in sight, just trusting the journey. And then, without fanfare, they realized they had unknowingly discovered one of the most important navigational routes in history. That quiet, unremarkable stretch wasn't just another part of the trip. It was the connection that made the journey possible. Kind of funny, isn't it? The parts of travel we don't think much about often turn out to be the most essential. So while this place may not have a name on hand, it's doing exactly what it's meant to do, keeping you moving, just as countless travelers have experienced before. Some places in the world are famous, others are hidden gems. And then there are places like this, the ones that don't mind being overlooked. No guidebooks, no social media check-ins, just a quiet stretch doing exactly what it was meant to do. Keep the world moving. It's funny how we're always looking for something new to see. But sometimes the most reliable parts of a journey are the ones that don't ask to be noticed. They're like the background crew in a big production, never in the spotlight, but without them, nothing would run smoothly. There's an old saying, sometimes the best things in life aren't meant to be found. They're meant to be passed through. Maybe that's exactly what's happening right now. So don't worry about remembering this place. It's happy to do its job quietly while you just keep moving forward. If this part of the journey had customer reviews, I imagine they'd go something like this. First review. Got me where I needed to go. No complaints. Second review. Solid experience. Lacked major landmarks but made up for it with reliability. Get you from one place to another, no extra frills included. And honestly, that's kind of nice. No crowds, no distractions, no decisions to make, just smooth, uninterrupted progress. It reminds me of an old joke. How do you know you're on a great trip when the most exciting part is yet to come? So take this as a rare moment to just sit back and enjoy the simplicity. No surprises, no detours, just a perfectly reliable stretch of the journey. Well, this is interesting. We're passing through a place without a name on hand. Not lost, not off course, just moving through one of those stretches that doesn't ask for attention. Think of this as a little breather in the journey. No landmarks fighting for your time, no major moments to process, just a quiet pause before the next thing. Every trip has them. The in-between moments where nothing much happens, but somehow they still feel like part of the experience. It reminds me of something a writer once said. Sometimes it's not the road that changes you, but the time spent traveling it. Maybe that's why these quiet stretches are worth noticing. No rush, no distractions, just time moving forward, exactly as it should. So, take this moment for what it is, a rare chance to sit back, do nothing, and just let the journey unfold. No interruptions, no decisions to make, just a little break, built right into the trip. All right, that's all from me for now. Junior, it's back to you.
Thank you, Dad. If you ever get the chance to visit Al Jaf in southeastern Libya, you'll be stepping into the heart of the Sahara, one of the driest, most remote, and most intriguing oases on the continent. Al Jaf is the capital of the vast Kufra district, which sprawls over an area almost as large as Turkmenistan, making it one of Africa's true wilderness frontiers. Despite being enveloped by endless desert, Al Jaf flourishes around an oasis thick with date palms and green fields, thanks to water pumped from the Nubian Sandstone Aquifer, the largest known fossil water aquifer on Earth. Imagine. Rainfall here measures less than 1/10 of an inch a year, yet the oasis boasts lush agricultural circles visible even from space. If you enjoy dates, you'll find some of the best here, harvested from extensive groves that have been vital to the local economy and culture for generations. Al Jaf's history feels almost legendary. The area sat astride ancient caravan routes, serving as a stronghold for raiders and as the headquarters of the Sanusi order, a reformist Muslim fraternity, in the late 19th century. You can still find traces of their religious schools in the region. The town's fortunes took a dramatic turn during early 20th century conflicts, notably becoming one of the last holdouts against Italian colonial forces in the 1930s. Life here is shaped not just by the desert, but by the oasis itself. Livestock raising and agriculture are mainstays, and the population, though small, is impressively resilient. With stark, shifting sands and dust storms that can last for days, the climate is an adventure on its own. Spring often marks the peak of Saharan winds. A quirky local feature. From the air, the irrigated plots form enormous green circles neatly etched into the golden desert, a sight that has become a trademark of Al Jaff's ingenuity. For intrepid travelers, nearby lie still more remote oases, and across the border, Egypt's Gilf Kebir National Park beckons, one of the Sahara's least touched landscapes. Al Jaff truly blends harsh beauty, history, and human resourcefulness into an unforgettable destination. Nothing popping up on my end, which means it's the perfect time for Jolly Senior to step in and keep us company. Over to you, Dad.
All right, my turn. Hi there, Jolly Senior here. Always good to have company. Looks like we're passing through a place without a name on hand. No big introductions, no famous landmarks, just a stretch of the journey quietly doing its job. Some places are known for their history, others for their sights. And then there are places like this, the ones that don't ask for attention but still play a role in keeping everything connected. The unsung spaces that make travel possible, even if no one stops to admire them. There's an old saying, everywhere is somewhere to someone. Just because we don't have a name for this spot doesn't mean it's not important. Every journey has stretches like this, the moments in between that keep the whole thing running smoothly. So whether we know what to call it or not, this place is doing exactly what it was meant to do, letting us move forward uninterrupted. No distractions, no detours, just another piece of the journey unfolding as it should. Some places demand attention. Famous landmarks, towering skylines, breathtaking landscapes. And then there are places like this, vast, open, and perfectly content, just keeping the journey in motion. No flashing lights, no guided tours, just steady, uninterrupted movement from one point to the next. People always talk about their destinations, but what about the spaces that make getting there possible? The stretches that don't need recognition, yet play an essential role in every journey. Out here, it's not about what surrounds you, it's about the ease of travel itself, the simple rhythm of forward motion. There's an old saying, a great trip isn't just about where you're headed, but the path that takes you there. And if that's true, this space is one of the best at what it does. No distractions, no detours, just smooth, seamless travel exactly as it was meant to be. So here's to the unsung heroes of every journey. The stretches that don't ask for recognition, but make sure you always get where you need to go. Now this is a stretch of the world that really believes in keeping things simple. No landmarks asking for attention, no must-visit spots. Just smooth, uninterrupted travel, exactly the way it was meant to be. If this place had a motto, it would probably be, "Nothing to see here," and that's the beauty of it. Not every part of a journey comes with a famous name or a sightseeing checklist. Some places are just here to keep the world connected, whether it's miles of open water, endless sky, or vast untouched land. They all do their job quietly. It reminds me of the early explorers, people like Charles Lindbergh or Amelia Earhart, crossing great distances with no road signs, no guides, just the quiet hum of forward motion. And that's what makes stretches like this unique. No distractions, no rush, just the steady rhythm of travel. So sit back, take a breath, and enjoy the calm. Everything is moving exactly as it should, and so are we. Everyone loves the big moments, the arrivals, the departures, the exciting stops along the way. But what about the moments in between? Welcome to the backstage of travel. If this trip were a production, this would be the part where the crew works quietly behind the scenes, making sure everything is running smoothly. No flashing lights, no standing ovations, just the steady rhythm of movement, keeping the whole thing on track. There's an old saying in theater: great performances are made in the moments the audience doesn't see. And I'd argue that's true for travel too. These stretches might not get the applause, but without them, the journey wouldn't happen. So while the world gets ready for the next big scene, enjoy this moment behind the curtain. No distractions, no rush, just the effortless magic of getting from one act to the next. Some places are meant to be noticed. Others? They work quietly in the background, making sure everything flows just as it should. Right now, you're passing through one of those places. No big introductions, no landmarks vying for attention, just an open stretch doing exactly what it was meant to do. Not every part of the journey needs a story. Some places exist purely to connect everything else, to make travel feel smooth, uninterrupted, and effortless. They don't ask for recognition, but without them, getting from one place to another wouldn't feel nearly as natural. There's an old saying, sometimes the best part of the journey is simply moving forward. And that's exactly what's happening right now. A steady, seamless moment. Just travel at its simplest, doing what it does best. Every good story has an intermission, that moment where the lights come up, you stretch your legs, and for a brief moment, everything just pauses. No dramatic plot twists, no big reveals, just time to breathe before the next act begins. And right now, you're in the great intermission of your journey. No rush, no urgent decisions, just the rare chance to sit back and let the world keep moving. I once heard someone say, travel is like reading a book. Sometimes The best parts are the ones where nothing happens but everything moves forward. And honestly, they might have been onto something. So whether you use this time to reflect, let your mind wander, or simply enjoy the fact that you don't have to do anything at all, just know that this part of the trip is doing exactly what it's supposed to. Because after all, the best intermissions are the ones where you barely notice the pause before the next scene begins. You know, some places in the world are known for their history, some for their beauty, and some are just here to keep everything running smoothly. Right now, you're passing through one of those spots, the kind of place that doesn't need to make a fuss because it knows exactly what it's doing. If there were an award for best place to let your mind wander, this stretch of the world would be a top contender. No distractions, no rushing around, just the perfect excuse to pause for a moment and daydream. That's what I love about these quiet stretches of a journey. They give you space to think, to relax, or just to enjoy the view, even if the view is a lot of water, sky, or land. It reminds me of something Wilbur Wright once said when talking about flying. No bird soars in a calm, but I'd argue that sometimes a calm stretch is exactly what you need. No need to be anywhere else. No need to do anything, just enjoy the smooth rhythm of travel. So whether you're deep in thought or just taking in the moment, this is one of those rare chances where you don't have to do anything at all. And in a world that's always moving fast, That's a pretty nice thing to have. There's something oddly satisfying about a part of the journey that doesn't ask anything of you. No big decisions, no need to check directions, just steady movement, letting time do its thing. You won't see this place in a travel guide, and no one's writing a bucket list around it. But that's what makes it great. Some moments aren't about where you are, but about the simple fact that you're going somewhere. And let's be honest, those moments can be just as important as the exciting ones. I always think about how much effort went into making travel this effortless. Centuries ago, moving from one place to another took careful planning, patience, and usually a few broken wagon wheels. Now, you just keep going, and before you know it, you're somewhere new. So while this spot may not come with a history lesson or a famous name, it's still playing its part. No delays, no detours, just forward motion, exactly the way it was meant to be. Some parts of a trip are about arrival, some are about discovery. And then there are moments like this, the quiet stretches, the ones that don't demand your attention but still shape the experience. Someone once said, travel isn't just about reaching a place, but about everything that happens along the way. And there's truth to that. Every part of a journey plays its role. Some moments are full of excitement, while others, like this one, simply keep things moving as they should. These in-between stretches, the ones without fanfare, are often where the best thinking happens. Maybe it's because for once there's nothing to do but just be. No schedules to check, no decisions to make. Just steady movement, the world passing by, and a rare chance to let your mind wander. Funny how in a world that moves so fast, moments like this feel like a hidden luxury. No rush, no expectations, just smooth, uninterrupted motion, exactly as it's meant to be.
All right, that's it from me for now. Junior, take it from here.
Thanks, Dad. If you ever think of oases as little green smudges in the desert, Farafra will have you entirely rethinking the concept. This spot in Egypt's western desert has a population of just over 20,000 people, but its story stretches back to pharaohs, Romans, and even ancient legends. The city itself is Qasr Farafra, a place that has been a trading hub, a Roman granary, and, for a long time, the only inhabited city in this whole region over the last couple centuries. The White Desert is the unrivaled star here, Imagine chalk white rock formations shaped into surreal forms by desert winds over millennia. It's so unique that some say it looks like an alien landscape, and the weirdest part is, locals have named some of the formations. Chicken and mushroom rocks are among the favorites. Not far off, you have the Black Desert, with volcanic cones and sand that has quite literally turned black from ancient eruptions. Farafra's connection to water is intriguing. Nestled in this vast arid space, more than 100 nature-fed wells dot the oasis, giving life to palm groves and small farms. Some of these wells, like Bir Sitta or Well 6, have become swimming holes for travelers, warm even in winter. Traditional farming still thrives, with dates and olives heading caravan-style toward the Nile as they have done for centuries. You'll find artwork in the unlikeliest place, the local Badr Museum. It looks like a sandcastle and is the lifelong project of a native artist who filled it with paintings, sculptures, and striking pieces of Bedouin life, all crafted from local sandstone. Legend has it that a peculiar rock, Infidel Rock, marks the last location of the lost army of Cambyses, swallowed by a sandstorm on its way to conquer Siwa. And, on a lighter note, Farafra's houses are constructed to blend seamlessly into the fortress ruins at the center. Families once retreated inside whenever marauders appeared, each with their own assigned room. If you like your landscapes otherworldly and your history layered, Farafra doesn't just deliver, it surprises. Looks like we're in one of those quiet spots, which makes it the perfect time for Jolly Senior to keep us company. Take it away, Dad.
Okay, got it. Hello there, Jolly Senior here, keeping things going. Well, here we are, moving through one of those stretches of the world that quietly keeps everything connected. Whether we're crossing open water, vast landscapes, or somewhere in between, places like this are just as essential as any bustling city or famous landmark. They make travel seamless, linking one place to the next. This reminds me of the great explorers of the past, people like Bessie Coleman in the skies, Ferdinand Magellan at sea, and Lewis and Clark on land. No matter how they traveled, the idea was always the same. Some parts of a journey are about discovery, and others are about simply moving forward. It's funny how travel gives us these moments, quiet, steady, uninterrupted. Some people use them to think, some to rest, and some just take in the view. Whatever kind of trip you're on today, this is part of it. So whether you're heading towards something important or just going with the flow, This stretch is doing exactly what it should. Nothing to do now but sit back, relax, and let the journey unfold. Now, this is a part of the journey that makes everything feel easy. No landmarks competing for attention, no choices to make. Just steady, uninterrupted movement. Some places exist to be admired, and others, like this one, exist to keep everything flowing without a second thought. It's the kind of place that doesn't need recognition, yet plays a quiet, essential role in making sure every journey feels seamless. I once heard someone say, "Travel isn't always about where you're going, it's about how you get there." And right now, you're in one of those effortless stretches where everything is working just as it should. No distractions, no decisions, just smooth, steady progress. So, take this moment for what it is, a chance to sit back, relax, and let the journey take care of itself. Every great journey has its highlights, those exciting moments, big arrivals, and memorable stops. But what people rarely talk about is the secret ingredient that holds it all together, the in-between. Think about it. Without these stretches, nothing would connect. No smooth transitions, no steady movement, no time to take a breath before the next big thing. It's like making a great meal. Sure, the spices and sauces get all the attention, but it's the base ingredients that actually make the dish work. Travel has always had moments like this. Centuries ago, traders, explorers, and early travelers spent long stretches, sometimes weeks, sometimes even longer, crossing vast distances, knowing that every part of the journey mattered. They didn't rush it, they just kept moving, letting the trip unfold at its own pace. So, while this part of the trip may not come with fanfare, it's doing something important. It's giving you time to simply be in motion, without needing to think about what's next. And if you ask me, that's an underrated luxury. If this part of the journey were a person, it'd be that friend who never texts first, but always shows up. No grand entrances, no dramatic stories, just steady, dependable company, keeping everything moving. You won't find it in a travel guide, and no one's writing poems about it, but that's exactly the point. Some parts of a trip don't need attention to be important. They just do their job, quietly making sure one place connects to the next. People always talk about their destinations, but what about the spaces in between? These stretches may not come with famous sights or flashy moments, but without them, travel wouldn't feel nearly as effortless. So here's to the moments that don't ask for recognition but always deliver. Reliable, steady, and perfectly content, just keeping the journey moving. All right, that's all from me for now. Junior, it's back to you.
Thank you, Dad. This stretch of Egypt has layers of time stacked one atop the other, and Tima, a town in Sohag Governorate, sits at the heart of it. The region's legacy goes well beyond its modest modern life. It's encircled by some of the country's most storied relics and religious sites, each with tales to tell. Just a short drive away lies Abydos, among the oldest cities of pharaonic Egypt. Its Temple of Seti I, with distinctive L-shaped halls, is a pinnacle of artistry, built for 6 of Egypt's major gods and famed for its vibrant reliefs and the mysterious Osirian just behind it. Archaeologists still debate the original purpose of this imposing subterranean monument, adding a layer of intrigue to the visit. Closer to Tima, Sohag city itself is dotted with Coptic treasures. The White Monastery, founded around the 5th century, earned its name from blinding white limestone walls that catch the desert light. In its heyday, it reputedly boasted one of Egypt's largest monastic libraries. Today, only a small community of monks remains, but vestiges of ancient gods and hieroglyphs are still visible in its stones, a fusion of pharaonic and early Christian history. Akhmim, nearby, showcases a mix of ancient temples dedicated to the god Min and a modern weekly market, famous for high-quality cotton goods, a nod to traditions that refuse to fade. Sohag's rhythm is set by the Nile, which brings warm, dry winters and hot, shimmering summers, classic Upper Egyptian weather. Traditional foods tend to be simple but hearty. Bean stews and freshly baked breads take center stage, and local markets often bustle with seasonal produce. For a surprising bit of local trivia, legend holds that the necropolises around Abydos and Akhmim make up the oldest royal burial grounds in Egypt. And if you ever stray into town on a festival night, you might catch processions echoing customs from 1,000 years ago, blending Muslim and Christian rhythms into one unforgettable tapestry. Well, this is a quiet stretch, no landmarks or names to share. But don't worry, Jolly Senior's got just the thing for times like these. Go ahead, Dad.
All right, I got it. Hi there, Jolly Senior here. Glad to keep you company. You may not realize it, but right now, you're in a very exclusive part of the journey. That's right. Welcome to the VIP section of travel. No lines, no reservations needed, just smooth, effortless movement from one place to the next. Think about it. Every big journey has these hidden moments. The quiet stretches that don't try to impress you but make the whole trip possible. They're like the background musicians in a big concert. Sure, they're not the headliners, but without them, the whole thing falls apart. I once heard a saying, the best part of a journey is never in the guidebook. And I'd say that's true. Some of the most underrated travel moments are the ones that don't demand your attention. Just time passing, moving forward exactly as it should. So sit back and enjoy the VIP treatment. No distractions, no decisions, just the luxury of letting the journey do its thing. After all, not everyone gets to experience a moment like this. Though technically they do, but hey, let's not ruin the exclusivity. Now this is a part of the journey that countless travelers before you have experienced. Business or leisure, long haul or short trip, every traveler at some point passes through a stretch just like this. Open, unmarked, existing purely to keep the journey moving. You think Marco Polo had a guidebook when he set off on his travels? Or that Charles Lindbergh always had something to look at while crossing the Atlantic? Travelers throughout history have moved through spaces like this, moments where the world simply lets them pass, uninterrupted. There's an old saying, great journeys aren't made just by the places you visit, but by the paths that connect them. And that's exactly where you are now, one of those paths doing its job without asking for attention. So, take a moment to appreciate this familiar rhythm of travel, the same kind of stretch that millions before you have passed through. No distractions, no crowds, just steady movement exactly as it's meant to be. You ever notice how some places love to take credit? Big cities, famous landmarks, even tiny roadside diners with world's best coffee signs. But then there are places like this, the quiet, hard-working parts of the world that don't need a spotlight to do their job. This is the kind of place that keeps everything moving without asking for attention. It doesn't make postcards, but without it, the journey wouldn't work. And let's be honest, sometimes these stretches are the best part. No schedules to check, no decisions to make, just a moment to sit back and let things happen exactly as they should. I always think about how travel has evolved, how people once spent weeks, even months, crossing distances that now take hours. And yet, no matter how much changes, every trip still has stretches like this. The quiet in-between moments, the ones that make the whole journey possible. So, here's to the unsung heroes of travel, the places that don't try to impress you, but still get the job done. No need to rush, no need to overthink, just keep moving and everything else will fall into place. All right, I've done my bit. Time to hand things back to Junior for the next update.
Thank you, Dad. The area around Mangum al-Fawakir, near El Kosair on Egypt's Red Sea coast, has a layered story that's as much about crossroads as coastline. Historically, El Kosair stood out as a critical port, especially for pilgrims on the shortest route from the Nile Valley to Mecca. Traders once passed through with spices, minerals, and even ceramics from far-off lands, vestiges of which still turn up as ancient pottery sherds north of the city, especially around the old Roman port of Myos Hormos. The town itself carries the imprint of several eras. Ottoman architecture is evident, most notably the fortress built in the 16th century to guard that strategic harbor. You can still see French-installed cannons peering over the ramparts. Wandering through the center, you'll find coral block buildings and distinctive mashrabias, those wooden lattice windows that keep interiors cool even in desert heat. Today, El Kosair attracts travelers for its tranquil beaches and exceptional diving, not just its history. The stretches along the Red Sea offer vibrant reefs, making the city a magnet for underwater explorers. Locals pride themselves on the fresh seafood. Restaurants like Fardadis will grill up the day's catch, typically with a side of golden rice and smoky baba ganoush. Curiously, The weather is predictably arid. Long sunny seasons, little rainfall, and daytime averages often hovering in the low 30s Celsius from May to September. If you're keen on unusual stories, there's something charming about how even the local police station occupies a historic site, a holdover from when every building seemed woven into centuries of trade and travel. And should you wander the Corniche, the old El Kosair Hotel stands restored in an Islamic building, a great spot to sip tea while watching a tapestry of daily life unfurl along the harbor. Nearby, the restored Qusair Fort anchors the city's reputation as a living museum, where ancient global connections meet the rhythms of present-day Egypt. Al Owena, tucked within the storied town of El Kosair on Egypt's Red Sea coast, sits where the ancient and modern worlds converge. El Kosair's remarkable past stretches back over 4,000 years, once serving as a critical hub between the Nile Valley and the Red Sea. This was the principal departure point for expeditions like Queen Hatshepsut's celebrated journey to the land of Punt in 1493 BCE, an event still immortalized on the temple walls at Deir el-Bahari. Centuries later, El Kosair played a pivotal role as the Red Sea's White Harbor, a bustling port where Egyptian grain fed the growing cities of Mecca and Medina, and where merchant ships from Yemen and India were common sights. The dramatic Ottoman fortress built by Sultan Selim in the 16th century stands guard above the old port, a testament to the town's strategic significance. During the reigns of the Ottomans, Napoleon's armies, and the British, the city toggled between periods of prosperity and decline, only abating in importance after the opening of the Suez Canal redirected global trade. Today, the El Kosair area, including Al Owena, enjoys a more mellow charm. The Red Sea's crystal-clear waters beckon divers and snorkelers to vibrant coral reefs that rival any in the region. The weather tends toward the reliably dry and sunny, with winter temperatures hovering in the comfortable low 20s Celsius, a boon for visitors escaping colder climates. For the culinary curious, Al Owena is also known as a prized local restaurant, serving up fresh, sea-inspired dishes in a relaxed seaside atmosphere. Expect grilled fish, flavorful meze, and classic Egyptian lentil soup, with the day's catch always a highlight. One quirky detail: many traditional houses here are topped with whitewashed terraces and ornate wooden mashrabias, delicate, latticework balconies, which keep homes cool by catching the gentle Red Sea breezes. Nearby, adventures to the Roman quarries of Mons Claudianus or the mysterious petroglyphs of Wadi Rusamad provide a glimpse into the ever-shifting story of this historic coast. Just below us, about 25 miles or roughly 40 kilometers to the northeast, lies one of the Red Sea's most extraordinary natural wonders, the Shaban Deep. Now, this isn't your typical tourist destination, and you won't find resorts or diving expeditions heading there, but it's absolutely fascinating from a scientific perspective. The Shaban Deep is a hypersaline brine basin sitting at a depth of around 1,325 meters on the seafloor. What makes it so remarkable is that it's essentially an underwater alien world right here on Earth. The basin spans roughly 10 by 6 kilometers and contains some of the most extreme conditions imaginable. Water so salty it's 5 to 10 times saltier than normal seawater, complete darkness, crushing pressure, and absolutely no oxygen. The entire environment is sealed off from the rest of the ocean by an incredibly sharp boundary layer called a halocline, where the salinity shifts so dramatically that it creates a wall-like barrier the water simply cannot cross. What truly captivates scientists is the life that thrives down there despite these brutal conditions. The Shaban Deep hosts entirely unique microbial communities that have adapted to survive in what seems utterly uninhabitable. These microorganisms have developed extraordinary metabolic strategies we're only beginning to understand. Researchers have discovered novel bacterial species there that exist nowhere else on Earth, species so unusual they have no close relatives among any cultivated organisms we've studied before. The basin itself formed millions of years ago when ancient salt deposits buried deep underground were exposed through tectonic activity and slowly dissolved by seawater percolating down through cracks in the seafloor. It's a geological process that created not just one brine pool, but several throughout the Red Sea and Mediterranean, yet each one has developed its own distinct chemical fingerprint and its own isolated microbial ecosystem. While you can't exactly visit the Shaban Deep in person, knowing it's down there beneath those waves, a thriving pocket of the strangest life on our planet, reminds us just how much of Earth remains genuinely mysterious and unexplored. Looks like we're passing through one of those nameless stretches, but that just means it's a great moment for Jolly Senior to share some wisdom. Take it away, Dad.
I'm on it, son. Hello, name's Jolly Senior. Happy to be here with you. You ever notice how some places love to take credit? Big cities, famous landmarks, even tiny roadside diners with world's best coffee signs. But then there are places like this. The quiet, hard-working parts of the world that don't need a spotlight to do their job. This is the kind of place that keeps everything moving without asking for attention. It doesn't make postcards, but without it, the journey wouldn't work. And let's be honest, sometimes these stretches are the best part. No schedules to check, no decisions to make, just a moment to sit back and let things happen exactly as they should. I always think about how travel has evolved, how people once spent weeks, even months, crossing distances that now take hours. And yet, no matter how much changes, every trip still has stretches like this. The quiet in-between moments, the ones that make the whole journey possible. So, here's to the unsung heroes of travel, the places that don't try to impress you, but still get the job done. No need to rush, no need to overthink, just keep moving and everything else will fall into place.
All right, that's it from me for now. Junior, take it from here.
Thanks, Dad. If you find yourself anywhere near Al Waj, you're catching a glimpse of one of Saudi Arabia's most quietly captivating coastal towns. Set along the Red Sea, Al Waj has a reputation among seasoned travelers and divers for its pristine, uncrowded beaches and tranquil waters, lined with colorful coral reefs that are a magnet for anyone seeking a more undiscovered slice of the Arabian coastline. The town itself is dotted with traditional mud brick houses and winding lanes, reflecting a history as one of the oldest coastal settlements in the region and a once bustling Red Sea port. Marine enthusiasts in particular are drawn to the Al Waj Lagoon, a mosaic of mangroves, seagrass beds, and an archipelago of over 90 islands, some of which act as nurseries for rare rays and guitarfish, a hidden gem for conservationists and curious snorkelers alike. Local fishermen still ply these waters, and Al Waj's lobsters are legendary, often found fresh in local markets. Weather here is generally mild, making the area especially appealing for those craving sun without overwhelming heat. Unlike the busier tourist spots, Al Waj remains mostly under the radar due to modest tourism promotion and limited hotel capacity, which has preserved its peaceful, authentic atmosphere. One delightful quirk: there are local tales of fishermen who could predict the weather just by the patterns of Red Sea waves, a skill still respected among older residents. If you're adventurous, a visit to the historic old port or a short boat ride to the surrounding islands offers a strong sense of place and history, with barely another soul in sight. Development projects are now slowly improving infrastructure, so Al Waj is poised to become a new favorite for those in the know. Whether you come for the marine life, the sense of timelessness, or simply a quiet beach day, it's the kind of spot you'll remember for how untouched it feels. Let me tell you about the region around Hadiba, near the town of Al Waj on the Red Sea coast in Tabuk province. This area is known for its layered history spanning centuries. Al Waj itself has been a vital port town since ancient times, acting as a crossroads for pilgrims and traders crisscrossing Arabia. Highlights include the striking Ottoman-era Al Zarib Castle, which was built in the early 1600s to protect pilgrim caravans en route to Mecca. Its robust stone architecture, towers, and hidden water cisterns are great reminders of its protective purpose on the ancient Egyptian Hajj route. The local economy here has long revolved around maritime trade, fishing, and shipbuilding, with the sea providing not just sustenance, but a sense of adventure. In fact, the pristine waters and nearby islands off Al Waj remain a magnet for divers and anglers, especially those seeking the region's renowned lobster. Unique to the mountains east of Al Waj, you'll find the wild yusur tree. Locals extract a specialty oil from its seeds, a tradition going back generations. You might be surprised to hear about the oldest desalination plant in Saudi Arabia here, a pioneering answer to water scarcity, quite progressive for a small town. On the table, Expect simple yet flavorful seafood. Grilled fish, fresh shrimp, and staple dishes like kobsaw are favorites, often enjoyed on the breezy Corniche by families at sunset. As for the climate, consider it typically arid and mild, with warm winters and hot, dry summers. The old city quarters feature charming stone alleys, traditional mosques, and over 2-century-old schools, a testament to the value placed on learning and community. For nearby adventure, Wadi al-Dissa beckons with dramatic sandstone cliffs and springs. It's a local favorite for hiking and picnicking when the weather cools off. Legends abound here, from stories of Ottoman patrols to tales passed down by the Belly tribe, the region's historic guardians. This part of the world isn't asking for attention, but Jolly Senior sure knows how to make the most of it. Go ahead, Dad.
I got it, Junior. Hi there, Jolly Senior here. Glad to be part of this. Now this is a stretch of the world that really believes in keeping things simple. No landmarks asking for attention, no must-visit spots. Just smooth, uninterrupted travel, exactly the way it was meant to be. If this place had a motto, it would probably be, "Nothing to see here," and that's the beauty of it. Not every part of a journey comes with a famous name or a sightseeing checklist. Some places are just here to keep the world connected, whether it's miles of open water, endless sky, or vast untouched land. They all do their job quietly. It reminds me of the early explorers, people like Charles Lindbergh or Amelia Earhart, crossing great distances with no road signs, no guides, just the quiet hum of forward motion. And that's what makes stretches like this unique. No distractions, no rush, just the steady rhythm of travel. So sit back, take a breath, and enjoy the calm. Everything is moving exactly as it should, and so are we. There's something oddly satisfying about a part of the journey that doesn't ask anything of you. No big decisions, no need to check directions, just steady movement, letting time do its thing. You won't see this place in a travel guide, and no one's writing a bucket list around it. But that's what makes it great. Some moments aren't about where you are, but about the simple fact that you're going somewhere. And let's be honest, those moments can be just as important as the exciting ones. I always think about how much effort went into making travel this effortless. Centuries ago, moving from one place to another took careful planning, patience, and usually a few broken wagon wheels. Now, you just keep going, and before you know it, you're somewhere new. So while this spot may not come with a history lesson or a famous name, it's still playing its part. No delays, no detours, just forward motion, exactly the way it was meant to be. Ah, now this is one of those stretches of the world that just lets you pass through. No distractions, no detours, just steady movement from one place to the next. If there were a hall of fame for locations that keep travel running smoothly, this one would definitely make the list. Not every part of a journey comes with a big introduction. Some places exist purely to connect everything else together, whether it's miles of open water, endless sky, or a quiet stretch of land with no signs in sight. These are the unsung heroes of travel, the spaces that don't make the headlines but make everything possible. I always think about the first travelers who crossed vast distances by sea, land, or air, navigating through places just like this, trusting that as long as they kept moving, they'd reach exactly where they needed to go. No road signs, no mile markers, just the steady rhythm of progress. That's exactly what's happening here. So here's to the places that don't ask for attention, but keep the world moving. Nothing to do now but sit back, take it in, and let the journey keep unfolding. Some places are meant to be noticed. Others, they work quietly in the background, making sure everything flows just as it should. Right now, you're passing through one of those places. No big introductions, no landmarks vying for attention, just an open stretch doing exactly what it was meant to do. Not every part of the journey needs a story. Some places exist purely to connect everything else, to make travel feel smooth, uninterrupted, and effortless. They don't ask for recognition, but without them, getting from one place to another wouldn't feel nearly as natural. There's an old saying, sometimes the best part of the journey is simply moving forward. And that's exactly what's happening right now. A steady, seamless moment. Just travel at its simplest, doing what it does best. Now this is a part of the journey that makes everything feel easy. No landmarks competing for attention, no choices to make. Just steady, uninterrupted movement. Some places exist to be admired, and others, like this one, exist to keep everything flowing without a second thought. It's the kind of place that doesn't need recognition, yet plays a quiet, essential role in making sure every journey feels seamless. I once heard someone say, "Travel isn't always about where you're going, it's about how you get there." And right now, you're in one of those effortless stretches where everything is working just as it should. No distractions, no decisions, just smooth, steady progress. So, take this moment for what it is, a chance to sit back, relax, and let the journey take care of itself.
All right, that's it from me for now. Junior, take it from here.
Thanks, Dad. Nestled in the wide desert landscapes of central northern Saudi Arabia, Al Humama is a small community within Al Hayat, a historically intriguing area in Hale Province. This region stands out for its proximity to layers of ancient human presence. Archaeologists have uncovered stone tools and evidence of prehistoric lake beds, testament to a time when the land was green and bustling, with early settlers making their way across the Arabian Peninsula. Today, the wider Hale province is celebrated for its dramatic sandstone mountains, the Asia and Salma ranges carve a distinctive profile against the horizon, dotted with UNESCO-listed rock art at sites like Jabal Sinman. These engravings, some thousands of years old, portray camel caravans, human figures, and even mysterious symbols, hinting at a crossroads of trade and culture long before the age of highways. Agriculture is a backbone here. The region is known for wheat fields and date palms stretching along old wadis, made possible by smart irrigation and an ambitious spirit to coax life from the arid soil. Al Hayat itself, while modest in size, is renowned in local memory for age-old wells, vital lifelines that turned otherwise unforgiving terrain into habitable hamlets. The climate swings between cool, dry winters, when frost sometimes kisses the sand at dawn, and scorching summers where shade is treated like gold. If you visit in the right season, grain festivals pop up, featuring dishes flavored with dates and homegrown wheat, shared with generous hospitality that's part of the local character. A local tale passed down recounts how traveling poets would rest under acacia trees here, composing verses inspired by the hush of the wind and the endless views. That sense of endurance and creativity still colors the area, whether in a neighbor's story or a traveler's temporary respite from the road. Nestled in the southern reaches of Hale Province, the area of Al Ghazala is known for its deep historical threads and a landscape shaped by both ancient inhabitants and dramatic geology. One of its standout features is the heritage town in Al Ghazala, believed to date back as far as the late 17th century. Remnants here include an impressively fortified town wall, remarkably thick and filled with earth, designed to shield defenders from archers, which hints at the kind of intertribal rivalries that once defined the region. The old mosque, made from sun-baked clay and dating to the early 19th century, still anchors the site, surrounded by a scattering of heritage homes and castle ruins that recall a time of regional emirates and merchant caravans. Economically, Al Ghazala and neighboring communities have long relied on agriculture and small-scale trade. In earlier times, the local market in the old town hosted dozens of shops and served as a commercial magnet for traders across Hale. Even today, traditional crafts occasionally surface at to the granite shadows of the Asia Mountains, both rich with echoes of Saudi Arabia's ancient past. There's something subtly enchanting about the far-flung reaches of Hale Province, especially near villages like Qusair Matruk and Simira. This terrain, set in the highlands of north-central Saudi Arabia, offers a blend of wind-steeped history and rugged landscapes punctuated by dramatic sandstone outcrops and the vast Nafud al-Kabir desert not far off. The region is defined by its proximity to the legendary Asia and Salma Mountains, which have long been a magnet for explorers and geologists. These mountains are riddled with ancient rock art and tales of Hatem al-Tai, a pre-Islamic poet famed for his generosity, a name that still echoes with pride among locals. You'll find archaeological sites dating back as far as 350,000 years, including Acheulean handaxes that suggest very early human habitation. Around Qusair Matruk, the rhythm of life is shaped by the traditions of nearby settlements like Al-Shannon and Simira. Agriculture is limited by the arid climate, but trade and livestock have supported the local economy for centuries. During the summer, expect scorching highs nearing 40 degrees Celsius, but the dry desert air brings a crisp coolness by night. Winters here are plain cold, sometimes dropping below freezing. Locals swear it's perfect weather for strong Saudi coffee and dates. One unusual custom in villages like this is the design of mud brick houses, topped with pointed parapets for cooling, a centuries-old architectural trick that remains effective in the harsh climate. Nearby, Hale City bustles with festivals, especially during the annual Desert Rally, drawing motorsport enthusiasts from around the Middle East. And if you ever pass by in early spring, the modest wildflowers peeking through the sand after a rain are counted by locals as a good omen for the year. Traveling near as Sighawa in Al-Shannon, Hale Province, you'll find yourself in a landscape marked more by quiet regional villages and breathtaking natural features than by grandiose monuments or big city bustle. The broader area, especially around Al-Shannon, is uniquely positioned close to the boundary of the Great Nafud Desert and is punctuated by open plains, low hills, and the occasional volcanic field, a hint of the powerful forces that shaped this corner of Arabia long ago. Hale Province has deep roots as a Bedouin heartland and historically served as an oasis-based crossroads for trade and pilgrimage routes moving between Iraq and Mecca. Tribes here claim centuries of history. Local lore is full of tales about resourceful caravans, legendary hospitality, and seasonal tribal gatherings that shaped the character of these lands. As Sighawa itself embodies this rural heritage, with livelihoods tied closely to small-scale agriculture and animal husbandry, especially flocks of sheep and camels that graze on the desert margin. Weather-wise, locals are well acquainted with temperature extremes. Summers are hot, dry, and can see daytime highs above 40 degrees Celsius, while winters are refreshingly cool, a favorite season for locals to invite friends to open-air meals featuring fresh dates and aromatic rice dishes. The area receives little rainfall, so any showers, most common in late winter or early spring, are a celebrated event. A charming quirk of the region, many older homes are constructed from sun-dried mud brick, still visible in some villages, blending smartly into the tawny landscape and keeping interiors surprisingly cool. Just beyond the villages of Al-Shannon, nature lovers seek out the Ash-Shannon crater, a dramatic volcanic bowl that stands as one of the province's lesser-known natural wonders and is popular with stargazers on clear winter nights. It's a reminder that there's always something surprising nestled among the sands of Hale. Traveling near Al-Khawra in Al-Qasim province puts you right at the heart of one of Saudi Arabia's most vivid historic and cultural landscapes. The story here is shaped by the region's ancient heritage, with neighboring Buraydah entwined in caravan routes and trade, all reflected in remarkable landmarks like the Buraydah Museum, a former Najd fort that now houses rare artifacts and vintage royal cars, making it a time capsule of the area's past. Just 60 kilometers away, Al-Kabra Historical Village offers a more rustic slice of history. Restored mud houses and old watchtowers evoke the fortress village's defenses against floods and raids. Fridays see the old market come to life, reminiscent of centuries-old trading days. Besides history, the economic pulse of Al Quwaira's region beats through the date market. Buraydah is famed for hosting one of the world's largest, where locals haggle over dozens of date varieties, some as prized as collectibles. Real estate has evolved, with old family homes now neighbors to modern hotels and lively shopping plazas such as Al Otaim Mall. The food here is proudly traditional. Expect dishes with dates, wheat, and a lot of local ghee. The falafel is crisp and the coffee robust, especially at small gems like Bash Coffee. The climate tends to swing from hot, dry summers in the mid-40s centigrade to pleasantly cool winters, making late autumn or spring the best seasons for exploring open-air parks and historic sites. If you fancy a curious detail, locals tell of childhood games in village squares at dusk, where hide-and-seek takes on epic proportions amid the mud walls and palm groves. A nod to the architecture's blend of practical defense and aesthetic harmony. For a visitor, discovering Al Quwaira and its surroundings means diving into a tapestry of stories, caravan history, bustling markets, and the slow, enduring rhythm of desert life mixed with modern Saudi warmth. Al Butain is a small community tucked just north of Buraydah, the vibrant capital of Al Qasim province, an area whose livelihood has long revolved around cultivation and bustling trade routes dating back centuries. This region flourished thanks to its strategic junction at historic caravan and Hajj routes, notably the ancient Zubaydah road that once ushered pilgrims from Iraq down to Makkah, aided by wells reportedly dug on the orders of Zubaydah, famed wife of the Abbasid Caliph Harun al-Rashid. The local landscape is classic Arabian heartland, palm groves, cattle and sheep pastures, and a climate with plenty of stark contrast, searing, dry summers often reaching the high 30s Celsius, but winters cool quickly, sometimes dropping near freezing at night. Today, Buraydah and its surrounds, including Al Butain, are still agricultural heavyweights. They are celebrated throughout Saudi Arabia for producing a staggering variety and quantity of dates, exporting to over 20 countries, as well as citrus and other fruits. The real showstopper is the famous camel market, said to be the largest of its kind in the world. Where merchants gather, deals are made using a special towel-shrouded handshake, and racing camels can fetch fortunes. That energy and spectacle ripple out into nearby communities like Al Butane, especially on market days. If you're after something a little unexpected, the nearby bird sanctuary, Garden Talents, delights with its interactive experience. A multi-stage encounter where you never know which regional bird you'll meet next. Just a short drive south, the historic city of Buraydah offers lively souks, experimental agricultural farms, and a window into Najdi architectural styles with their thick mud brick walls and cooling towers. Fun fact: given the underlying geology of the region, sinkholes and ground cracks do pop up, a curious hazard for local builders but a point of intrigue for geology fans. As a blend of tradition, agricultural innovation, and desert spectacle, Al Butane and its neighborhood never fail to surprise. Minsafa sits quietly northwest of Al Zulfi, itself a lively hub in northern Riyadh province, holding onto the kind of authentic Najdi heritage you don't see every day. One of its most fascinating landmarks is the Al Mansaf Mosque, built in the late 1800s. Constructed of clay bricks, palm fronds, and tamarisk tree trunks, this mosque isn't just a center for worship. Initiative. It now accommodates more than 150 worshippers, maintaining traditional styles but adding modern touches like women's prayer facilities and upgraded ablution areas. The area around Al Zulfi has long been an agricultural heartland thanks to fertile valleys shaded by palm groves and fed by seasonal streams. Even today, local markets overflow with dates, grains, and other produce. Agriculture is stitched into everyday life. You'll notice that architecture here often leans on clever climate adaptations. Thick earthen walls keep homes cool during the dry, scorching summers. Speaking of weather, summers here are predictably hot and dry, with temperatures regularly stretching above 40 degrees Celsius, while winters can be cool and occasionally breezy, perfect for lively family outings or a walk among the dunes and rock outcrops that define this stretch of Najd. If you've got a taste for discovery, the proximity to Al Zulfi means you're never far from old caravan routes, fertile valleys, or pockets of historical trivia, like the story of legendary figures who passed through or the time-worn mosques sprinkled across the nearby towns. There's even an old local tale that a camel once led villagers to the site where a now famous mosque stands, making for a quirky bit of regional folklore. Whether you're seeking spiritual heritage, classic Najdi rural charm, or a brisk adventure in Saudi Arabia's heartland, Minsafa offers a little taste of it all. Al-Jamajam, tucked within Al-Majma Governorate, offers a glimpse into the quieter, rural heart of Riyadh province. This small community covers less than a third of a square kilometer and, as of the last decade, is home to just about 50 people. A remarkable increase from previous years, yet still intimate enough for everyone to know their neighbors by name. Life here revolves around the rhythms of the season and the pulse of the surrounding desert landscape. The broader Al-Majma region is known for its historical depth, dating back to its foundation in the early 1400s by the Shamar tribe, and it maintains a unique status as a former capital of the Sudair region. Families here often maintain generations-old farms, especially date palm orchards, and the land bursts briefly into lush greenery each spring, drawing visitors from across the region. Al-Jamajam itself feels worlds away from the bustle of Riyadh, yet it sits less than 2 hours from the capital by car. The climate is typically dry and hot for much of the year, but the winter brings cool, clear nights ideal for stargazing, a favorite kind of simple rural pastime. Neighboring Al-Majma city presents a surprising blend of tradition and quiet progress. There's an elegant mud brick fort dating to the 18th century, almost theatrical in its sturdy, sun-baked presence, and a university founded in 2009, infusing the area with youthful energy and academic life. Football is the local sporting obsession. The regional clubs have even managed to upset the nation's giants, adding a local flavor of pride to family gatherings throughout the season. Not many know that the population growth rate in Al-Jamajam over recent years has quietly outpaced some nearby villages, a testament to deep roots and enduring community spirit in this little patch of the Saudi heartland. This part of the world isn't asking for attention, but Jolly Senior sure knows how to make the most of it. Go ahead, Dad.
I got it, Junior. Hi there, Jolly Senior here. Glad to be part of this. Some places are meant to be noticed. Others? They work quietly in the background, making sure everything flows just as it should. Right now, you're passing through one of those places. No big introductions, no landmarks vying for attention. Just an open stretch doing exactly what it was meant to do. Not every part of the journey needs a story. Some places exist purely to connect everything else, to make travel feel smooth, uninterrupted, and effortless. They don't ask for recognition, but without them, getting from one place to another wouldn't feel nearly as natural. There's an old saying, sometimes the best part of the journey is simply moving forward. And that's exactly what's happening right now. A steady, seamless moment. Just travel at its simplest, doing what it does best. Well, this is interesting. We're passing through a place without a name on hand. Not lost, not off course, just moving through one of those stretches that doesn't ask for attention. Think of this as a little breather in the journey. No landmarks fighting for your time, no major moments to process, just a quiet pause before the next thing. Every trip has them. The in-between moments where nothing much happens, but somehow they still feel like part of the experience. It reminds me of something a writer once said. Sometimes it's not the road that changes you, but the time spent traveling it. Maybe that's why these quiet stretches are worth noticing. No rush, no distractions, just time moving forward, exactly as it should. So, take this moment for what it is. A rare chance to sit back, do nothing, and just let the journey unfold. No interruptions, no decisions to make, just a little break, built right into the trip. All right, that wraps up my part for now. Now back to Junior.
Thanks, Dad. Kiryat al-Ulia and its nearby locality, Mashallah, are set deep in the As-Suman region, a stretch of historic land in Saudi Arabia's northeast that has long served as both a lifeline and a gateway. Traditionally, the area was known for its wells and as a vital watering point for nomadic Bedouin tribes crisscrossing the interior, all due to a rare high water table and surprisingly fertile soils for such an arid zone. Mashallah itself is a small, quiet settlement compared to its more prominent neighbor, Kiryat al-Ulia, which acts as the capital and service hub for a scattering of over 30 villages in the surrounding landscape. This region's story took a dramatic turn in the early 20th century when it emerged as a strategic stopover on one of the great pilgrimage routes, from Basra and Bahrain south toward Mecca. Its robust fortifications, like the historic King Abdulaziz Palace built in 1936, speak to a time when border security and trade oversight were top priorities for the newly unified kingdom. The palace, constructed from clay, stone, and palm trunks, was both an administrative outpost and a symbol of central authority, a rare surviving example of its kind. Agriculture has always played a role here, with the region's high water table supporting crops and livestock despite the unforgiving climate. Winters tend to be cool and short, and by April, the area heats up rapidly, with summer temperatures soaring, often matched by fierce desert winds that can streak the horizon with dust. If you're after a lesser-known piece of Saudi heritage, this region delivers with its understated hospitality, quiet farmlands, and relics of an era when camel caravans and pilgrims brought life to its well-worn roads. One quirky detail: the surrounding villages have their own calendar of local festivals, still marked by poetry recitations and folk songs rarely heard in the coastal cities. For those curious enough to venture further, nearby desert peaks like Barka, as Sadraya are favorites among locals for sunrise hikes and panoramic views to the horizon. Ghanwa is a tiny hamlet nestled just a few kilometers west of Al Nairia in Saudi Arabia's vast eastern province, right on the cusp of the expansive Arabian desert. Life here is shaped by the scorching summers and cooler, dry winters typical of the region. Expect temperatures to spike well past 40 degrees Celsius in summer, while the winters bring crisp air and milder afternoons, making that early morning tea all the more satisfying. What often surprises visitors is how these small hamlets like Ghanwa provide a quiet contrast to the industrious energy of nearby Al Nairia, a town with a population closing in on 60,000. Al Nairia's story owes much to the oil era. The area's growth took off in the 1950s, thanks to Saudi Aramco's Trans-Arabian Pipeline project, which drew settlers seeking opportunity. Even now, large energy and infrastructure projects continue to define the landscape. Major power plants are under development in the vicinity, keeping the region on the map for engineers and contractors. Though you won't find bustling markets or flashy malls in Ghanwa itself, the communities here cherish traditional Saudi fare like kabsa and locally made flatbreads, simple dishes designed to nourish workers braving the desert sun. Family and tribal customs remain strong, with stories and customs passed down around evening fires, shielded from the howling winds by sturdy tents or mud brick homes. If you're ever driving the long, straight roads of this part of the eastern province, look out for a curious tradition. Children in the area often enjoy fallage games, a local style of running races across dry creek beds after rare winter rains transform the desert just long enough to play. And though few travelers stop in Ghanwa, its understated presence hints at the enduring, resilient spirit of Saudi Arabia's heartland. Gliding past the eastern province, you'll notice that Al Nairia stands out as a fascinating patchwork of modern life and desert heritage. This governorate sized up rapidly from its humble post-1950s origins, mostly thanks to Saudi Aramco establishing a key station along the Trans-Arabian Pipeline. What started as a simple pumping site drew families with the promise of water, medical care, and livelihoods, evolving tent clusters into a vibrant town in just a few decades. With roughly 60,000 residents, Al Nairia now enjoys a sense of self-sufficiency but remains quite close-knit, with many families tied to the legacy of oil and transport industries. The area is generally flat, and while development continues, life here still revolves around long-standing customs and gatherings, particularly in mild evenings after the fierce desert daytime heat. Summers are scorching. Think highs well above 40 degrees Celsius, and winters are brief but surprisingly pleasant, so the coolest months draw the liveliest outdoor markets and communal meals. If you're intrigued by the comforts of Eastern Province cooking, you'll find traditional dishes like rice with lamb or chicken, spiced generously and typically shared in large platters. These are sometimes flavored with local dried lemons brought in from nearby oases. For a quick detour, you might venture toward Jubail, some 150 kilometers away, or explore the wider desert basin that makes up much of this region's unique ecology. Locals often say that Nairia's greatest hidden strength is its memory. Stories linger from days when a single well or pipeline could spark a settlement, and you'll still hear playful tales about legendary water finds and neighboring tribal landmarks. There's a sort of pride in how this once barren spot became a bustling stopover for travelers and workers along Saudi Arabia's northern reaches. Al-Fadili sits quietly as a village in Eastern Province, Saudi Arabia, not far from the larger hub of Al Nairia. The story here is one of understated resilience. Settlements like this were shaped by the region's historic oil exploration and pipeline projects. Think of the 1950s Saudi Aramco ventures that transformed formerly barren deserts into communities with hospitals and easy access to precious water. You'll notice that the landscape around Al-Fadili is typically arid and flat. At only about 115 feet above sea level, it's surrounded by restless sands and stubby vegetation. Summers here reach searing temperatures that often climb above 40 degrees Celsius, while winters offer relief with cooler breezes. Life in the village rests on the rhythms of agriculture, grazing, and connections to the oil industry. You won't find the cosmopolitan bustle of Dammam or Jubail, but you might catch a generous serving of kabsa or dates, staple foods that sustain folks through both festivity and everyday moments. A curious detail: the nearby Jabal al-Fadili is something of a local landmark. Stories circulate of shepherds spotting mysterious lights at dusk, but most visitors are more drawn by the promise of panoramic desert views than tales of the uncanny. The real treat for a traveler passing near Al-Fadili lies in its proximity to Al-Nairia, a town that grew up around the Taplin pumping station and now boasts over 60,000 residents, its own hospital, and vibrant souks. If you venture into the region, don't miss the ancient customs still honored by Bedouin families, like communal coffee ceremonies where even newcomers are greeted as old friends. It's the kind of place that rewards curiosity and invites quiet reflection, offering genuine glimpses into life beyond the major highways. If you ever find yourself near Al Jubail on Saudi Arabia's eastern Gulf Coast, you're tracing the shoreline of a place whose transformation over the last half-century has been nothing short of astonishing. Not long ago, this was a sleepy fishing and pearling village known for its date groves and sweet water springs. Now, Jubail stands at the epicenter of Saudi Arabia's industrial ambitions, home to the world's largest petrochemical complex and the massive SABIC company. The local economy is dominated by mammoth factories that churn out steel, fuels, lubricants, and fertilizers, all interconnected by a network designed with almost futuristic efficiency, separated from residential areas by forested greenbelts irrigated with desalinated Gulf water. That urban planning means you'll find surprisingly lush parks for a region so known for its desert harshness. Yet, there's an intriguing duality here. The vibrant, sprawling industrial city coexists with the older town of Jubail, which still retains elements of its maritime past. The city's diverse community is especially enriched by South Asian expats, and you'll find authentic eateries featuring biryani, kebabs, and an array of Gulf seafood. Most days are reliably hot and dry, with temperatures soaring in summer and only the briefest nods to winter in January and February. Al Jubail's coastline features 7 beaches, with 2 right by the city itself. 1, Al Fanatir Beach, is particularly adored by families for its sweeping promenades, playgrounds, and relaxed vibe. If you're feeling adventurous, local legends tell of ancient springs and pearls once traded from these very waters. It's also worth noting the Crease Tower, a quirky 1920s brick water tower, now a historical landmark, or that one of the world's earliest Christian church sites in the region was found north of town, dating back more than a millennium. All said, Jubail is a city where the ancient Gulf meets tomorrow's industry, humming with energy and brimming with stories beneath its modern exterior. Looks like we're passing through one of those nameless stretches, but that just means it's a great moment for Jolly Sr. to share some wisdom. Take it away, Dad.
I'm on it, son. Hello, name's Jolly Sr. Happy to be here with you. Now, this is a part of the journey that makes everything feel easy. No landmarks competing for attention, no choices to make. Just steady, uninterrupted movement. Some places exist to be admired, and others, like this one, exist to keep everything flowing without a second thought. It's the kind of place that doesn't need recognition, yet plays a quiet, essential role in making sure every journey feels seamless. I once heard someone say, "Travel isn't always about where you're going, it's about how you get there." And right now, you're in one of those effortless stretches where everything is working just as it should. No distractions, no decisions, just smooth, steady progress. So, take this moment for what it is, a chance to sit back, relax, and let the journey take care of itself. All right, that wraps up my part for now. Now back to Junior.
Thanks, Dad. Just about 80 kilometers or 50 miles to the southwest sits Manama, the lively capital of Bahrain, a city that artfully balances thousands of years of history with sleek, modern delights. One of the first things that stands out here is its historic core, where the gateway known as Bab al-Bahrain leads straight into the bustling Manama souk. This market is iconic for its vibrant lanes packed with spices, textiles, and gold, making every visit a sensory tapestry of color and aroma. Even beneath all the modern conversation, the beat of commerce here stretches back centuries, with traditions of bargaining and shopfront hospitality that haven't faded with time. Manama's architectural landscape is equally memorable. The Al-Fateh Grand Mosque is a testament to Islamic grandeur, one of the largest in the world, elegantly constructed with sweeping domes and marble courtyards. It welcomes thousands of worshippers and curious visitors with its peaceful atmosphere and beautiful details. The Bahrain National Museum, meanwhile, is essential for anyone curious about the island's deep past. Inside, you'll encounter artifacts and stories that span some 6,000 years, highlighting not only Bahrain's role as a center of the ancient Dilmun civilization but also its ties to the pearling industry, a legacy still felt in the city's markets and old merchant houses. Modern Manama sparkles along Bahrain Bay, where the striking Bahrain World Trade Center, echoing the shape of billowing sails, stands as a symbol of innovative design powered by wind turbines. These coastal developments reflect the city's forward-looking spirit, nestled alongside waterfront promenades and island resorts. Yet just outside the city, the UNESCO-listed Bahrain Fort takes you back to ancient times. Wandering its ramparts, you can imagine traders and warriors from distant civilizations who once called this place home. Whether exploring its lively souks, historic mosques and forts, or sipping coffee with a waterfront view, Manama holds on to its heritage while offering the surprises and sophistication of a modern city. A unique blend that makes it unforgettable for visitors venturing across the Gulf. Nothing popping up on my end, which means it's the perfect time for Jolly Senior to step in and keep us company. Over to you, Dad.
All right, my turn. Hi there, Jolly Senior here. Always good to have company. Picture this. A dramatic narrator's voice kicks in. The screen fades to black. And suddenly you're watching a nature documentary about this very moment. Here, in the vast and often overlooked stretches of travel, we find a rare and fascinating sight. The traveler in their natural habitat. No landmarks to distract them. No urgent decisions to make. Just pure, unfiltered movement. cut to a slow-motion shot of you staring out the window, looking contemplative, maybe even heroic. The background music swells. The narrator continues. Though seemingly uneventful, these moments are crucial. Scientists believe that without these quiet stretches, journeys would be far less enjoyable. All right, maybe that documentary won't be winning any awards, but you have to admit, there's something strangely satisfying about a moment like this. No schedule to keep, no distractions, just the simple rhythm of steady movement. And if you really want to embrace it, go ahead, pretend you're in a documentary. Just try to look philosophical for the imaginary camera. You may not realize it, but right now, you're in a very exclusive part of the journey. That's right. Welcome to the VIP section of travel. No lines, no reservations needed, just smooth, effortless movement from one place to the next. Think about it. Every big journey has these hidden moments. The quiet stretches that don't try to impress you but make the whole trip possible. They're like the background musicians in a big concert. Sure, they're not the headliners, but without them the whole thing falls apart. I once heard a saying, the best part of a journey is never in the guidebook. And I'd say that's true. Some of the most underrated travel moments are the ones that don't demand your attention. Just time passing, moving forward exactly as it should. So sit back and enjoy the VIP treatment. No distractions, no decisions, just the luxury of letting the journey do its thing. After all, not everyone gets to experience a moment like this. Though technically they do, but hey, let's not ruin the exclusivity. Now, this is a part of the journey that makes everything feel easy. No landmarks competing for attention, no choices to make. Just steady, uninterrupted movement. Some places exist to be admired, and others, like this one, exist to keep everything flowing without a second thought. It's the kind of place that doesn't need recognition, yet plays a quiet, essential role in making sure every journey feels seamless. I once heard someone say, "Travel isn't always about where you're going, it's about how you get there." And right now, you're in one of those effortless stretches where everything is working just as it should. No distractions, no decisions, just smooth, steady progress. So, take this moment for what it is, a chance to sit back, relax, and let the journey take care of itself. Picture this. A dramatic narrator's voice kicks in, the screen fades to black, and suddenly you're watching a nature documentary about this very moment. Here, in the vast and often overlooked stretches of travel, we find a rare and fascinating sight: the traveler in their natural habitat. No landmarks to distract them, no urgent decisions to make, just pure, unfiltered movement. Cut to a slow-motion shot of you staring out the window, looking contemplative, maybe even heroic. The background music swells. The narrator continues. Though seemingly uneventful, these moments are crucial. Scientists believe that without these quiet stretches, journeys would be far less enjoyable. All right, maybe that documentary won't be winning any awards, but you have to admit, there's something strangely satisfying about a moment like this. No schedule to keep, no distractions, just the simple rhythm of steady movement. And if you really want to embrace it, go ahead, pretend you're in a documentary. Just try to look philosophical for the imaginary camera. You know, some places in the world are known for their history, some for their beauty, and some are just here to keep everything running smoothly. Right now, you're passing through one of those spots, the kind of place that doesn't need to make a fuss because it knows exactly what it's doing. If there were an award for best place to let your mind wander, this stretch of the world would be a top contender. No distractions, no rushing around, just the perfect excuse to pause for a moment and daydream. That's what I love about these quiet stretches of a journey. They give you space to think, to relax, or just to enjoy the view, even if the view is a lot of water, sky, or land. It reminds me of something Wilbur Wright once said when talking about flying. No bird soars in a calm, but I'd argue that sometimes a calm stretch is exactly what you need. No need to be anywhere else. No need to do anything, just enjoy the smooth rhythm of travel. So whether you're deep in thought or just taking in the moment, this is one of those rare chances where you don't have to do anything at all. And in a world that's always moving fast, that's a pretty nice thing to have. All right, I've done my bit. Time to hand things back to Junior for the next update.
Thank you, Dad. Just southeast of where we are, about 70 kilometers or roughly 43 miles away, lies Palm Jumeirah, one of Dubai's most extraordinary sights. Shaped unmistakably like a giant palm tree when viewed from above, this artificial archipelago is the largest man-made island ever created, holding a Guinness World Record for the feat. Palm Jumeirah was constructed primarily with rock and sand, millions of tons, instead of concrete, and the sheer scale is mind-boggling. The sand used could form a wall circling the Earth multiple times. Engineers used advanced satellite-guided GPS technology to ensure precision, crafting the 17 fronds, the trunk, and the protective crescent, which stretches for 11 kilometers, or about 7 miles, serving as a breakwater. The project began in the early 2000s and was financed using Dubai's oil wealth, transforming part of the Persian Gulf into a new urban coastline. Within 2 decades, Palm Jumeirah became home to luxury villas, apartments, and iconic resorts like Atlantis, the Palm, which boasts an aquarium and grand water parks, making the island not just a residential wonder but also a world-class tourist magnet. Continue just a bit farther to the southeast, and at around 71 kilometers or approximately 44 miles from our current position, stands the Burj Al Arab, a beacon of modern Dubai and a marvel of contemporary architecture. The Burj Al Arab is celebrated worldwide for its distinctive sail-shaped silhouette, rising above the waters of the Arabian Gulf. Symbolizing opulence and innovation, it's often referred to as one of the most luxurious hotels in existence, with its helipad and a level of extravagant service that's become synonymous with Dubai's ambition on the world stage. Perched on its own artificial island, the Burj Al Arab doesn't just function as a hotel, it's an enduring landmark that captures how Dubai projects itself, a blend of imaginative engineering and lavish hospitality. Both Palm Jumeirah and the Burj Al Arab highlight Dubai's commitment to pushing the boundaries of what coastal development and urban tourism can look like, each offering a unique testament to the city's vision and flair. About 28 kilometers, or 18 miles, to the southeast, the Gold Souk in Dubai stands out as one of the world's most legendary gold markets, nestled in the historic Deira district by Dubai Creek. With a tradition that stretches back to the early 1900s and buzzing with activity since the 1940s, this labyrinth of narrow alleyways is lined with more than 350 shops, where gold glimmers in countless shapes, sizes, and carats. The atmosphere merges the grandeur of opulence with time-honored trading rituals, so each visit becomes a blend of spectacle and history. Besides traditional necklaces and bangles, there are pieces so bold, like golden vests, that they've become legends themselves. At the heart of the souk, you'll even find the world's largest gold ring, a staggering piece weighing in at 64 kilograms and studded with Swarovski stones. The architectural charm is equally captivating, with high, vaulted ceilings, arched doorways, intricate tilework, and spacious courtyards, reflecting both Islamic artistic traditions and Dubai's ongoing evolution. Many visitors savor the lively bargaining culture and explore nearby textile and spice souks, enhancing the sense of Arabian adventure. Sitting just a little farther away, at about 31 kilometers or 19 miles from where we are, the city of Dubai itself stands as a living testament to rapid innovation and bold ambition. Rising from its humble beginnings as a fishing village and trading port, Dubai has transformed into a skyline defined by marquee wonders, like the world's tallest building, the Burj Khalifa, and the sail-shaped Burj Al Arab. The city's heart beats with a unique energy, blending glass-clad skyscrapers with historic quarters along Dubai Creek, where Abras still ferry passengers as they have for generations. The luxury shopping and vibrant nightlife are matched by cultural treasures, from bustling souks and serene mosques to the labyrinthine lanes of Al Fahidi historical neighborhood. Dubai's spirit is one of both preservation and ambition, where gold markets and modern marvels coexist, each reflecting a different facet of the city's personality, a crossroads for the world, and a gateway to both tradition and the extraordinary. Dubai dazzles with its extraordinary transformation from a small fishing and pearl diving village in the mid-20th century to one of the world's most futuristic cities. Today, the skyline is punctuated by wonders like the Burj Khalifa, which, at over half a mile high, lays claim to the title of world's tallest building, while artificial archipelagos such as the Palm Jumeirah add to the city's architectural spectacle. Unlike much of the region, Dubai's rapid expansion wasn't fueled by abundant oil. Less than 5% of its revenue comes from oil and gas. Instead, it reinvented itself around trade, tourism, aviation, finance, and real estate, building one of the globe's busiest airports and creating lucrative free trade zones. The city's population exploded from around 34,000 in 1960 to several million, with over 85% being expatriates, making Dubai one of the most cosmopolitan places on Earth. Culinary explorers can indulge in everything from traditional lamb uzi and Emirati makbas to Persian, Indian, or Filipino fare, reflecting its diverse populace. Long-standing markets, or souks, remain lively, offering spices, gold, and textiles, while modern mega malls cater to shoppers and stargazers alike, housing indoor ski slopes and aquariums. Dubai's climate is defined by intense heat. Summers regularly top 40 degrees Celsius, while winters are warm and sunny, drawing travelers from cooler countries from November to March. Quirky local laws, like the regulation on pork sales, lend an air of intrigue. Many supermarkets have secret, non-Muslim only pork rooms, hidden behind inconspicuous doors. For fun trivia, police cruisers here include Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and camel racing, a cherished local sport, now uses robot jockeys, not children, to ensure safety and fairness. If you want to witness human ambition etched into glass and steel, or savor the feeling of possibility in the desert air, Dubai remains utterly unforgettable. Dubai is a city that dazzles with its economic energy and bold architecture, and if you glance out the window now, you'll get a sense of a place that's always in motion. The backbone of Dubai's economy isn't just oil. In fact, sectors like trade, real estate, finance, tourism, transport, health, and technology are the real powerhouses here these days. Wholesale and retail trade alone accounts for nearly a quarter of the local economy, and the real estate world is thriving, growing by almost 8% in early 2025. You see the evidence of that on the skyline, with everything from glitzy towers and luxury villas to resort-style beachfront apartments. When it comes to places to live, Dubai offers just about every imaginable style, from high-rise apartments with views of the Arabian Gulf, to sprawling suburban compounds, to modern townhouses and more traditional villas. Some locals and expats prefer ultra-modern communities like Dubai Marina or downtown, while others gravitate toward quieter, family-friendly districts. The cost of living here is on the high side. Properties, especially in prime areas, command steep prices and rents. Dubai's growth, population influx, and global appeal have all played a role in keeping homes in high demand. While exact figures change quickly, it's safe to say that both buying and renting in central Dubai is a significant investment, though newer developments and suburban fringes offer more affordable options. A hallmark of Dubai's real estate scene is constant development, from revitalized waterfronts to desert communities transforming into glossy new neighborhoods. What stands out architecturally is the embrace of both ultra-modern glass towers and nods to traditional Arabian design, sometimes side by side, giving every district its own very distinct feel. All in all, Dubai is a city defined by its drive for growth and reinvention, with a real estate market and an economy that reflect both local ambition and its international role as a crossroads city.